Okay, welcome. Hope y'all doing good. We're gonna do some fun stuff today. I did something yesterday, and as an experiment, and it turned out really cool. And I figured this is a really cool thing to do on stream, so let's do that today. I'm gonna show you something how you can, well, make some really interesting sounds, pretty easily actually. You just need a couple of plugins. You don't necessarily even need the same ones that I have. You can also do stock stuff, to be honest. It just will require a little bit more effort maybe. But you can do this with any DAW, I guess. Most DAWs probably have something similar that allows you to do this, but in Ableton especially, I know how to do it very easily, and it's super fun, and well, it doesn't require too much effort, but it will give you really interesting sound. So, hope you're all doing good. Hope you're all having a great Friday. Let's get started. This is promising. Well, yeah, yesterday I tried it out, and at some point my Ableton was just like lagging so much. Basically, it requires a lot of modulation, and my Ableton was just at some point was just like, yo, what the hell is going on? I couldn't even open or close plugin windows anymore. I had to click on the X icon of the window, and I would actually have to hold my left mouse button for a little bit of time, otherwise it wouldn't register the click. That's how crazy Ableton was lagging. It was still responding though, that was the fun part. I could still do stuff. It was just like, I would have to hold for like half a second or something, and then it would register the click. It was so weird, but the sounds it made were really fun. I can let's just get started, I guess. Now this was just because there was just so much stuff happening at once, and we're probably gonna have to resample at some point. But hey, it'll be fun. So, what should we start with? We probably want to have a bit of a foundation to the whole thing. So let's maybe make a quick sort of like 808 kind of bass thingy that we can use. So if I just do sine wave here, do that, and we'll just use the main envelope. Do this, something like that. Give it a bit of please. That will be 16 bars. Let's zoom in on that. Let's go with F minor. For now, at least. That, let's loop that for now. That, and maybe we'll add a little bit of a, so like a top Reese layer or something to it. We can just do, we can just use that. Just set that to something like 5. Make it a little bit less white, because otherwise it's going to be really weird in mono. And then we'll just do something like that. We don't need to run this one through it. Take saw wave. Then we'll just do, I don't know, maybe use another envelope. Just make something like that, why not? That should do the job for now. So how do you get millimeters to stay at the top? Well, it's really simple. What I have done actually is I've just got millimeters right here, as you can see. So we've got Ableton here, to my desktop. Beautiful. So Ableton is just a window like that. I just have I'm using Windows Power Toys to snap it to a region like that, and then I just go to millimeters and just make sure that this is pinned to the top. Then I highlight the Ableton window, do that, click and drag it up so that it sits behind millimeters. And then it looks like you are full screen. I don't have a Windows taskbar on this screen. I only have a Windows taskbar on my second monitor. So that's this is my main screen, but my second screen uses my has the taskbar when I'm streaming, so that it still looks full screen. Yeah, I'm not sure if you would be able to do that on Mac, with how Mac does certain things like that. Okay, cool. So let's add. I'm gonna start with what I did yesterday as well, because that sounded really cool, and gave a really cool sort of like layer to the sound. We're gonna grab a solo legato cello. And we're just gonna add a little bit of a pattern underneath here. So obviously some of that might even clash, but hey, we don't care at this point. Oh yeah, and if I go really quiet velocities, then it should trigger the slow, so like, what is that, portamento instead of legato? Mm-hmm. So what can we do? We can go from F, and then here we have a C sharp as the key. Then we could sort of like go into a different key here. What if we have like that? What if we do this? What if we do... I have another idea. Let's see. We're probably gonna mess with this a lot later, but... Just want to get a bit of a pattern that sounds cool. Should we do the same place as the other one? Oh, that actually worked. Just leave that one there. So let's add a little bit of processing for now. So I still remember roughly what I did yesterday on this. So I want to turn this into a really sort of like a textural sound that sits on top of this layer. So I still kind of remember what I did. I used a portal. So we're going to use a portal. And we need a preset that does... Why the hell does portal always open up so big? Come on. We need a preset that is a bit... that has a bit of a warbly kind of sound. I know there's a preset called Hourglass. That sounds a bit warbly. Here, Hourglass. I saw it right there. That should turn it into a bit of a weird, good-like sound. Right, something like that. I know this sounds really weird, but bear with me. Another thing that I want to do probably is make this one mono, because let's see, we have the left side, sounds like that, and then we have the right side, sounds like that. I'm going to use the right side so that we have that going into here, because this makes it stereo anyway again, so that way it sounds a bit more consistent and a bit more powerful. Now, I want to have the dry wet and these two macros as things in here. So let's click configure. Let's move this around. Come on, let's move that around. And let's also grab this. And let's just group this all in a rack. And we don't need that. We're gonna grab a modulator, and we're gonna grab the device randomizer. Now this one, if you don't have this one, it's in one of the packs. It's in the Max for Life Essentials pack. So if you don't have that one, just download that pack from the Ableton website, if you have Ableton Suite, and then you have this device, which is a absolutely goated device for like sound design. Because what it does is it controls any device that you map it to, and it takes the parameters of that device and it randomly moves them around. So that is really helpful if you map it to like any device, for instance, but even more so if you map it to a rack with macro controls. So that's what we're going to do here. Let's click this thing here, this little round button. Opens this up, and then we can see some extra settings for the speed. So we're going to grab this one, map that to a macro, and we're going to do the same thing for this one and the depth of that one. Then let's just open up this, and let me switch to that view so you can actually see this. So the speed here, make sure that it's not set to 0, because then it sometimes just gets stuck at 0, and then it obviously is not going to move anymore because the speed is now 0. So the randomization speed is now 0. So when it hits 0, it just won't move again after that point. So you have to bring it up a little bit, and then I bring these down a bit, otherwise it's going to go absolutely crazy. And now we can go out of the mapping here, and if I click this and then click on the title of a rack, it will start moving these macro knobs around, as you can see. And they all go in different ways, as if you have like 16 LFOs connected to these. So now we can start mapping stuff. So we can say that one to there, that one to there, and we'll leave the dry wet for now, but let's see what we get. Okay, cool. Starting point. Let's do some more stuff. Let's add some crazy filtering as well. Let's open up an EQ8. We'll drop that in here. And we might change the order later to see what sounds best, but let's start with a low pass filter, and we'll just map that to macro 6. I'm gonna make sure that it should I make it let's just make it go down all the way. It doesn't really matter. And then let's do a couple of notches maybe. That one gonna move around, and also the Q maybe. And then we'll do another notch. Let that move around, maybe the Q as well. And maybe we'll do a peak. We'll let you move around, and then the gain maybe. And the Q as well, why not? Let's just make sure that that gain does not go absolutely crazy. The gain. Let's do 10 decibels at the max. And which one is the gain? That's 4. So let's take the resonance of 4, this one. Let's set that to maybe 10 as well, so it doesn't get too narrow. Or too narrow. So that's just moving around randomly. Let's see what we get now. We also do a high pass filter? Why not? Let's do a high pass filter as well. And we're going to make that high pass filter go up, not all the way. So maybe up to, like, I don't know, something like that. Sure. Let's add some more stuff. Let's do another portal. Why not? Oh, I like how that adds a bit of noise as well. Very subtle now, but okay. Let's just let that in there as well, and then we'll do this one, move this around, and then let's do that as well. It's gonna get a bit quiet now, but we'll make it louder again. And maybe I should mat these dry wets as well. I'm gonna grab this one. Maybe I'll leave that one at 100, or at like 80 or something. And then this one can be moving around. Okay, let's add a beam in here as well. Because we want to get, well, we want to give it some space. Maybe that one can be at the start. And then the EQ can be after that, maybe. Let's see what happens. We'll just randomize this. Let's also turn these off for now so we can hear what this is doing. Maybe with this. Maybe that high pass is a bit much because it cuts out too much. Let's turn that high pass off. What if we do the filter in front of beam? Oh yeah, that could be cool. Let's find something cool here. Maybe. Let's grab... We can change the preset anyway later, so we can just grab this and the macro knob. and we'll just map that to a macro as well. So it's just gonna move around, and we can always come back to here and just randomize the preset, and we'll get a different thing. Cool. Now, put you back on. Let's make it a little bit louder. And let's add an infiltrator. I know another preset that sounded pretty cool yesterday. Let's try that one out on here. I still remember it was called something with Goa. Goa. Okay, which one of this was it? This one, definitely. Added a really weird crunchy sound. Okay, cool. Let's do this again. And now we're gonna grab these 4 macro knobs. Let's map that to macros. Why are you all moving around exactly the same? Did I map them all to the same one? Yeah, I did. I did that with more ones. Look. These as well. Unmap. Unmap. You need to go to 13? Yeah. 14. 15. 16. There we go. And now we can go back here. Okay, let's add some OTT in this. Because we need to bring out some of the detail now. There we go. I can map that as well. Let's go in here, find the OTT, and then let's make sure it goes from like 100 to 1000 maybe. Then the amount as well. Why not? Amount from like 0 to 50? 70-ish? Yeah, it's just it's a third-party library that I have. Add some more reverb in here at the start somewhere. Do Valhalla Shimmer before the EQ. And then no that. A little bit of this, maybe small size. Go in here. Let's just I mean, it sounds similar. I mean, I can also grab the rack real quick from yesterday to show you that one. I just turned this one off. I saved it yesterday. Yeah, here. I opened this one up. It's kind of similar, I think. Oh, there's a vintage verb. Yeah, see that preset? Oh, even that preset, and then the hourglass one. And there's another Valhalla room. But it's kind of doing the same thing. Right? An even crazier filter. We're using all the slots, and there is no high pass filter. So then reverb, just some. That's just static, just some regular reverb. Then that preset moving around. Oh, there's a grain delay as well. That'll make it sound even weirder. I can go through these one by one, I guess. I guess the peaks, we have multiple peaks moving around. That kind of does some cool stuff. It's part of the Max for Life Essentials pack. Wait, shouldn't there be a thing about this pack? That the show default lesson? Ah, yeah, here. Right there. This pack. So, yeah, we have that. Moving around. Some more reverb on it. Which kind of makes it stereo again. Then we get a portal. Almost all the way up on the dry wet. Just making it sound like a really weird warbly mess. Kinda cool. Make the gain a bit quiet on that. Also, if the level is too quiet for you guys, just let me know and I'll boost it on the master a bit, because during this it can get a bit quiet sometimes. Grain delay? Nothing too crazy actually, just using the spray. It's not even being modulated, so it's just adding a bit of extra weirdness, I guess. Makes it sound more warbly, and it also does a little bit of a stereo thing. Then there's also some overdrive. That will help to make it a bit louder. It actually gets pretty distorted in places. Yeah, this preset, I'm not sure how important this one is. It's just a random one that I picked, and I landed on this one, but the most important thing is that there's a bit reducer in it, which gives it that noisy like sound every once in a while. That's just the only thing why I like this one, I guess, because that's the effect that I liked from it. Or you could just make your own preset, or just take one of the presets in Portal and just add a bit reducer effect on it, and it should work. And then we have an infiltrator with this preset, which, I don't know, but that preset sounded pretty cool on it. Because I gave it this weird, almost rubber band kind of weirdness, kind of texture. And then there's this. Oh, that's just another. So there is a high pass. See, this takes it out a lot, but then every once in a while it comes in. Creating an almost like neuro bass kind of weird filter effect. Short reverb on it, very low mix. That's just making the bass mono. We got an OTT and a glue compressor apparently. Let me just group these, and I'll just chuck some extra saturation on it for now. There we go. That should make it better for the stream. Overdoing it a little bit, but so what if we add like a little bit of an extra note in here? So I'm thinking of like making it a bit more of an interesting chord progression, so we can go So what if we do that, but instead of having it like that basic, like this, we're gonna just change the timing of this so that it's like, I don't know, maybe that hits there, that one hits, no, maybe here, something weird. And then we'll do the same thing here. Maybe we'll do that. Then we can do legato as well on here. So if we then have overlapping notes, we can, I don't know, maybe do that, or just do that here. There. Now I do think it would be cool if those quicker notes there would be shorter as well. So let's take a macro knob here. Let's just put something on here. And we'll do the same thing with that one. Then we can bring this up. So we can do that. And then we can automate that so that it goes up in these areas. Okay, that's too short. And it also needs to go back to the original before the next note hit. Otherwise, that next note is gonna have the wrong length. We need to make this a lot more subtle. A bit more. Come on, why can't you keep yourself highlighted? And then we can use, we'll do that or something. Sure. Copy that. And this one, let's do... Let's not have those overlap. Okay, cool. Let's copy this over here. Now we have the same notes here. Let's turn this rack off for now so I can hear what we're doing. Oh yeah, maybe let's get rid of that other rack because otherwise it's gonna get really crazy on the CPU. Let's do this, and then that's too low, so let's move this up. And then I'm just gonna fill this in with a couple of extra notes so that we have notes at every point, basically. Let's just go up an octave maybe here. And we can bring these velocities all the way down so that we... Just go down there. Why not? No, that one wants to go to something else. Maybe that. Sure, let's do that. Yeah, that's cool. And then we're gonna change this one as well. Let's do so this one starts here. Then let's just move these right there. We get something like this. Then we'll just change this as well. Or maybe we can leave it like that. Might actually be good. Sure. Kinda works. Cool, so now if we turn that rack back on, we should get all kinds of... Now, it doesn't sound like much yet, but... Let's add another layer. Let's do some kind of a plucked string instrument. That usually works pretty well. Or we can add some kind of a sound that adds a bit of reverb to the first hit here. And to this one as well. That could also sound good. That one is not going to move around too much, but... let's just grab... kind of a orchestral sound. Doesn't really matter too much. Some horns maybe. Do staccato horns, sure. Really? A different patch maybe? That one. Sounds a little bit darker, which is kind of nice. Do that. Sure. Sounds kind of cool. Now let's add some effects to this. Let's do spectral blur. That should work pretty well. Let's grab this. And we'll just... let's see. Bring that up. Bring this down a bit. Decent. Yeah, sure. We'll leave that for now. We can always change it later. Should we do one of those effects chains on here as well? Could be cool. I mean, CPU is still holding up, so... Let's add beam, first of all. Okay. Kinda cool. No, this is just the one that comes from the Ableton pack. The Max for Life Essentials Ableton pack. In there is a section called Control Devices, and in there's a device called Device Randomizer. Which is just coming from the Ableton website. It's not from the Max for Life database website, where there's also a Device Randomizer device. But that's a different one. I believe. Yeah, I know. I'll update after the stream. Well, this one's kind of cool. Adding some weird sparkles. And the dry wet as well. Okay, let's do filtering. Because this needs filtering. Go there. Let's do that. Just going crazy with the modulation today. That there. That there. There, we'll do another one of these. Another notch, why not? CPU is already going pretty crazy. We're at 67%. Cool. Let's add another sound. Let's do a plucked string sound. That usually sounds pretty cool in these kind of things. Let's do a Cotto. Why not? I know the right patch because that one has a different sort of like setup for the notes. It's the one by Sonica, the 13-string Cotto. Sounds really nice. But normally you'll have like a chromatic instrument, right? That is tuned to just like every note. But this one uses a different setup where you have like these notes, which are basically the 13 strings of the Cotto, and those are mapped to like all the white notes on here. So we can just set our own scale by going here and do user scale. And now we can just set this to F. Let's do a bit of an F minor kind of thing. Do that, and then maybe C sharp, F, G, G sharp. Let's do C, G sharp, F, G, and then another G sharp. And then this one, oh yeah, let's go down to F2. So now we have that. Yeah, my bad. I just did that. But I can move it to the left as well. And that noise, that noise of that patch, it's just going nuts. I love it. I think it's a spectral blur that creates noise as well, that just keeps going. So it might be good to put like a gate on there, but honestly, kind of sounds cool as well. Maybe if we put it here so that the noise is being filtered. You get all kinds of weird noise. Yeah, the noise sounds kind of good, kind of cool. In fact, it'll add to the texture, I think. But maybe when it's filtered, then it might even be cooler, because then it comes in at some point. In other points, it's more low passed. So now we have this one, and I can just start playing on top of this. So let's see where that range is. Right there. Let's move it up a bit. Cool. Cool. Let's just jam a little bit, do a little improv thing on it. Because the notes are in a different place, you end up doing different things. Because when I hit an A here, I'm not sure if what note I'm actually getting. Okay, that should be enough. Okay, now if we just do this, and then let's just drag that entire thing out that we just recorded. Okay, that's all. And then we'll just loop this as well. Okay, we need to set this to loop. Then we can just do that. Sure, we'll just do that, and then I don't know, maybe we'll do this piece again here. Or grab that. Yeah, that has that same note there, so we can even just do that. See, it has the same note, so cool. And then we'll just do this, so then we have a full thing here. Now we can do the same thing again, but on this one. Okay, I hope my CPU is gonna survive this, because let's save, first of all. And let's see what happens. We're gonna maybe start with some reverb. Let's just do a little bit of Valhalla Room on here. Bit of a short one, maybe. Let's add maybe we'll do some grain delay. Just some weird grain delay stuff like that. That always works well. Let's group this. And let's grab ourselves another device randomizer. I mean, I can also just freeze one of these right now. But then it's not going to be random anymore. Then every time we play it, it's going to be the same. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But for now, it still seems to hold up. So if you guys, if the stream suddenly starts lagging, or if the stream suddenly freezes, just let me know. Because I'm also streaming from the same PC, so, right? So it might at some point just say like, yo, please stop, resample me. So yeah, let's just grab a device randomizer and do this again. And let's change those ranges. I love how it just keeps making sound at this point. And then let's map this to the rack. So we can, for instance, do the dry wet here. Map that to a macro. And the spray as well. That could maybe be cool. And then we could maybe do the frequency. Although when we do the frequency, it's also going to sound really weird. Listen, when I do the frequency, we get this as well. You get those really weird things. So it might be better to have this not mapped, but then maybe use an LFO. And then we'll set this LFO up maybe with, I don't know, one of these new ones that they added, Stray or Glider, which does that. And then I can offset this so that it comes in every once in a while. See? And then I can maybe have this like that. And we could even have the speed be randomized by a macro knob. Just make sure that it doesn't go all the way up. And doesn't get too quick. But that way it just comes in every once in a while. And then we can map that to the frequency here. And then we have a range. So we'll we can say like we don't want it. If we click here, then we should see it move as well. Put that grain delay before the reverb. Cool. Let's add more. Maybe another beam? And let's click this and the mix and map those two macro knobs. Then we'll just click this, make it random, find something cool. Whoa. It's kind of cool. Okay, filtering. I also love how I just gave up with changing the values at some point. It's just, well, whatever, just make it move. It doesn't really matter what it's doing. It just needs to do something. Let's, I don't know, maybe put it right here. Or right there. Doesn't Beam have a filter? Yeah, it has. Let's also map the scale so that it goes even weirder. Next up, let's do an OTT. Could probably use a portal. Why not? Where's the granular? Huh? Where's my granular category? The fuck? Okay, weird. Portal after the long reverb thing. That's always fun. Ableton is not lagging yet, which is absolutely, well, quite amazing actually. Ooh. Ooh, I like what that is doing. Yeah, Portal is the right choice. Let's do this. And this. Okay, it's lagging a little bit, but not like yesterday. That. Do that. And then we can just, I don't know. Lock that for now. I'm gonna add one more reverb in here. Do vintage verb. Cool, let's turn the undersounds back on as well, because We have newfangled audio saturate on the group here, so that cuts it off at 0. There's a hard limit set to 0 dB. So even if we get like a really loud thing, it will still cut it off at 0 for you guys. Although it will also distort it when it does that, but hey, that kind of adds to the fun, I guess. Damn. That's what I see. That's what I said. This is such a fun way to make sounds. Let's grab this MIDI here. Let's make a Reese. Or grab a Reese preset. Ooh, I know the best preset for this. We need something crazy. Instruments bass, was it here? Big Broken Reese. That should work. The one that I put on Patreon as well. We will have to change this though. It's not in C sharp, we are in F. And this uses, I think, F. Let's just go F minor. Okay. Might have been a bit much. Oh yeah, I have to go in here and change some of this probably. Yeah. And this is not the right note. That is a C sharp. Okay, so this needs to go up. Let's go up there somewhere and put that there. Yeah, that works. So what this is basically we have a MIDI rack here. In the top chain here, we have a random pitch device that every once in a while, well, for about 84% of the time, changes the pitch of that note. And it has like quite a big range, so you get all kinds of random pitches. That is then being corrected by this one, because you also get pitches that are not in the scale that you're using. So we then have this one, kind of bring it back into the scale that we're using. And then we have a phase blend that has, well, this is just a patch that basically is just a saw wave with a ton of filtering and movement on it. Like I can just do this real quick. So yeah, now Ableton is starting to lag. Okay, yeah, Ableton is lagging like crazy now. I hope the audio is still fine for you guys when I talk. See, so just you get like random pitches on the high notes, and then we get like a ton of filtering. We got a low pass, notch, and some distortion. Now there's some FM happening as well in this patch, which is why if you look at it here at the top, then sometimes on the high notes you can see that there's a weird oscillation happening in the sound. It's a really low oscillation that is happening because of the FM coming from this saw wave. And this other group is just a sub, I believe. Yeah, that's just a sub. There's a little bit of vibrato on the patch as well, by the way. So then we get more stuff, which is a high pass, which is not even used, but okay. Another filter, another distortion. And then we go into these effects, so we got a multipass, which is just adding some chorus. You can see when I click the icon, it just says like let me take 1 second for the window to close. Then we got a snap heap, which is, I don't know what that is doing. Let's see. I guess just some space and some distortion in parallel. Some EQ. Nothing too crazy. Okay, so the mid-range gets these effects, and then the low end, or this is just a dry band, I guess. Adding more random width. Okay, we're gonna have to resample after this, otherwise it's not gonna work out. Let's do that. That's just saturator. Another filter. Okay, another notch filter. And this is probably OTT. Yeah, that's just OTT. And then we have another lane here. That is probably the sub. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that's just a sub. Is the reason faceplant with all the modulation and stuff? Yeah, this is all these modulators are just random modulators that are just moving everything around at random. They're just assigned to these macro knobs and to some of these things down here, just to create all the movement. And then we have one more section here, another notch. This notch filters usually work best for this kind of stuff. Distortion. And some EQ for some reason. Now we got that. So I want to add a couple of more high notes in here because this is fun, but let's do something like this. That was a D sharp. Let's go. There. Just so that we have more weird shit. Next up. I mean, we do want to have more modulation happening, so please, CPU, please survive. Maybe I'll freeze one of these for now. Let's which one should we freeze? Which one is the least important? I guess this one, maybe? Let's just freeze that one. So that that one doesn't use any CPU. And then we can do the processing on the other one. So, how are you guys doing? I need a new drink as well. I'm getting there. But this is just such a goated way to make sounds. You just let your doll do the stuff for you, basically. It just, moves everything around at random. And it's not completely random though. That's the thing. Like, by putting a little bit of thought into it, into like the sound selection, you can kind of make the final result sound a particular way. It's still random, and you're still gonna get random variations based on that, but you can kind of take just any combination of pretty basic sounds, like maybe some organic sounds and some electronic sounds combined, and then just start processing them. And the pattern doesn't even have to be that complicated. It can just be something pretty basic. Like this just follows a really simple chord progression at this point. It kind of just goes from F sharp, or from F to C sharp, which is the sixth of F minor. And then there's this little extra thing in between, just to add some interesting stuff, but that's kind of it. Okay, now this one, first of all, is really loud, so let's make it a bit quieter. And this one, we want to have a ton of filtering on it. So let's grab a device randomizer, group that, and let's grab an EQ, and let's map these. Go. Change that rate to be a little bit slower. Okay. And then we do that. And then let's grab that, a low pass, some peaks, and some notches. Sure, we'll do another one for good measure. And let's map these. Dun, dun. I need to change the theme still because I cannot see which one is highlighted. See? I can't see which ones are highlighted. That's something I still have to fix in the theme. The theme is almost done to be released, by the way, but as you can see, there's still a little bit of a thing there that I need to fix. I need to figure out what setting that is in the theme. That one? Yeah. That one. Good. Good. I mean, the gain doesn't really matter with, but whatever. Map everything. I mean, you could also just map this device to the EQ and then it should do it right away, but now it's just moving about. Will you do a current theme? Can you do themes for current? I mean, I guess you can. But that would be quite a lot of work, so I'm not sure if I will. Okay, let's see what the re sounds like now. Now it should be pretty crazy. Now I'm fine with it cutting out at a lot of sections, because that's only going to be good, because we already have a ton of other stuff happening, right? So this only needs to come in every once in a while. Now I do want to change maybe some of the things here. So let's see, we have 1 and 2 are the low and high pass. So if I quickly do that, if I go here, then we can find 1 and 2. That's these two. So 1 is the high pass, so I'm going to make sure it doesn't go up all the way. Then the low pass is not going to go down all the way, so it's going to go down to maybe like 125. So they're still going to overlap sometimes and cut everything out, but less than before. Now that one also gets loud because there's some peaks in there, so let's make sure we have, like, I don't know, maybe a glue compressor on there. Just do this, and then we'll just make that do that, so that okay, so that cuts the volume back a bit. Now, we want to make this one even more crazy, so since we have this set up now anyway, I mean, let's add a portal. Because Portal has been doing quite the job in this one so far. So, I guess Portal is gonna do more heavy lifting. That. Let's map you to a macro, you to a different one. And then let's just go and find ourselves a preset. See how much Portal is lagging? It's like, if I change preset, it just goes like, what? Find something interesting here. Don't like the square wave elevo thing that was happening in that one. See that one as well, there's a lot of these in here. Whoa. What happens if we map the dry wet now? Try a different one. Let's unmap this one, the dry wet, because otherwise it's hard to hear what the current one is doing. Maybe I should add an OTT again as well after this, because all that filtering is really taking out a lot of the sound, so adding some OTT in that moves around and get some of that stuff to come back. Now this one is not going to be at 100%, but we need something that gives it like a nice bit of texture. Not that, that's too crazy. Let's just go to the regular presets here. I mean, that sounds cool. Yeah. I like that. That's kind of cool. Kind of want to add another filter in here. Is there a way? Autofill the value here. Let's make you go up a little bit less than. Yeah? I guess we'll do low pass. It gets really weird at certain areas, but that's fine. Maybe add a little bit of reverb in here. After all the filtering. I can also kind of cool. Okay, let's play the entire thing now, because this is should I unfreeze this one, or let's try out what happens first, because our CPU is really going absolutely nuts right now. Let's save. Oh, yo. Okay, it doesn't read the message. Okay, weird. Just got here and this sounds insane. Thanks for the... what was it? Oh, it was a member thing. You became a member for 14 months. Or you are a member for 14 months. Or did you become a member for 14 months? It doesn't tell me. Or you just super chatted, but you are a member for 14 months. I don't know. It doesn't tell me here. That's weird. Anyways, thanks for that. Let's see. We have all these different layers now, so let's start with the first one. Do you know my name? Yeah, sure. It's Kai. Random sounds. Oh, and I also forgot to copy over this. But now you can literally just record these tracks individually, and because it might sound a bit too hectic now, but remember that you will then have all these individual sounds. Right, so you will be left with all these weird ass fucking sounds that you can then chop up and use to make like a track with. Because you start with something like this, you kind of get something that is pretty useful. Okay, I'm tempted. Let's unfreeze. It's still going. Still doing all right. Does it play without completely freezing? It does. Nice. I mean, you could use rolling sampler, but for this thing now, I would literally just do this. Just create like an audio track underneath each of those and just route the input to this track above it. So I would just have like one for track 11 and then another one below here, and then just arm those tracks by holding control and then just record this whole thing. And you could even do, and that is the best part, like let's say you want to have this, but you also want to have the like the dry unprocessed one, so that you can still do like other processing chains on it later, so you get variations that are based on the same pattern, based on the same sound source, but with different processing, without having to have them in MIDI. You can have two audio tracks, so you can just duplicate this, and then one of them you can go in here and you can say pre-effects, and then you're just gonna get the dry version. So you can do this and do that, and if I now hit record, we get these two tracks. And we should get the dry version and the wet version. Not sure if we do, because this looks kind of like it's already... Oh no, see? We get this one as well now. And then we can still have that one in there, so that we still have that one for later, you know, and then, I don't know, if we want to get like some other processing on it, then we don't have to save this one, we don't have to keep that one. We can just get rid of it. But you can kind of record all of these at once, so you just need to make a bunch of tracks, and then you'll just get all of them at once, which is nice. Let's save. I mean, Ableton is still holding up fine, so I'm gonna add another layer. Piano. A nice felt piano. So we'll just grab a thing that is this long, and we'll just do... Wait, let me... Should do the job. Sure. Let's just do that. Yeah. Now I can also add another track. See if this works. Let's do this. If I drop you here and set the send this to track 15, and then this one we're also gonna send to track 15, and this says set to in, and I think this should work. Yeah. Now I can use this one, and I can add a second layer on it with like a little bit of a melody thing. We'll just improvise again. And we'll, I don't know, we'll maybe mute a couple of things for now. Let's maybe mute that Reese because that one gets a bit crazy. That's one wrong note there, but hey. That's the beautiful thing of it. You just play random stuff. Just stuff that is in skill. put some harmonic mine in there, why not? Right. Oh, it has also captured it here. Interesting. Well, we can just do this. Now we have that as well. And that is all running into here, so we can just do some processing on here. Because now we just get that piano thing here. Kind of a Moby vibe. I mean, I'm not really paying too much attention when I'm playing. I guess I could even... Ooh, wait. What if we do... What if we add... Where are you? Shouldn't it be in here? Oh, MIDI effects, of course. CC control. What if we add that here? Then I can go and... This one is the sustain pedal. So if I now do this, I can automate the sustain pedal here. And that should work. I can just do this, and then maybe we'll just do that. Yeah, kind of works. Maybe I should make it a little bit, because this is already pretty... Like, that's almost a beat. Let's do that. So that it just has like a short moment to reset itself there before it goes around. That way those short notes are not cut off. And it doesn't matter if some are, but, you know, just for the sake of realism, I guess. Now, more processing, reverb, I guess. Let's start with a shimmer. We'll do the mix as well here. Let's... Oh yeah, we have to put this in a rack. And grab a modulator, device randomizer. Please hold up, computer. I haven't used this many in a project ever, so... And yesterday my PC was already struggling, so I'm really amazed it's still holding up. I mean, macros don't seem to be moving now, for some reason. Have we reached the point where it just... Oh, hey, there they go. Okay, they're still moving. Cool. We can do the dry wet. And then we can maybe make that go up to like halfway. Oh, yeah, look. Now we're getting this. Now Ableton is freaking out. See what's happening? The min-max values just don't... They're completely bugged now. They're now completely bugged. Okay. Maybe it's time to freeze one of them real quick. Let's just we'll just freeze these first three real quick just to make up some CPU. Maybe inject modulations through ergonomic replacement. I mean, there's a better way to do this. If you have like one track that has like an instrument rack in there, I believe inside of an instrument rack you can set MIDI channels as the inputs for each chain as well. So then you can have like one chain listen to MIDI channel 1, one chain listen to MIDI channel 2, and then you can put all your instruments on one instrument rack, and then have like different tracks send MIDI to those so that you can still have different MIDI for all of them, but then you kind of only need one device randomizer on that one track. It's just that that one track is going to be using so much CPU power that you're probably going to get into the same problem, but then that one thread of your CPU is just going to get completely maxed out. Because that's how Ableton allocates threads. You know, every track in Ableton gets allocated to a different thread on your CPU. So if you split everything up over different tracks and have a lot of processing on them, there's, you know, it splits it up over all the threads. But if you have everything on one track inside of one rack, that will all be put on one thread of your CPU. So that's also not ideal. There's not really a good way to do this. It's just, you're gonna have a lot of CPU use with this kind of stuff. But that's fine. We'll get to resampling after this because we need to start doing that. And that's also why I would, you know, bounce the dry versions as well, because then you can just save those as well. So that when you want to make like a different variation on that sound, or you're like, oh, that piano sounded really cool, but the processing, maybe I can get like some other processing on it to kind of mix that with the one that I already made. Well, then you still have the dry version, and you don't have to, you know, go back into your old project files and find it. Okay, so now that is saved, then hopefully, or that is frozen, so hopefully now this wants to... Nope. It might also be because this is moving around. Let's see. Let's do that. So we get that. Can we now... No, it's just completely bugged out. But I think it's only the values that it shows. I don't think the actual range is changing. Let's see. If we set this to all the way like that, and then we do turn randomize on. How much is this moving? Yeah, it's just going up all the way. See? So even though the value is not right inside of the mapping browser here now, it's still going all the way up. So if I wanted to go to 0.5, I just need to set this somewhere in the middle visually. Yeah, Shimmer is beautiful. Okay. Now, let's do more stuff on this one because, hey, why not? Beam also works really well on pianos. Put it before Shimmer. And this one also doesn't help because of the graphical interface. Maybe I should put this on low. Just for the... just to be sure. And let's open this up and do that one and the mix. Wait with the mix, let's just This one is so good on piano. Listen. Get all those nice sort of like shimmery kind of details. And then if we map to dry wet as well, it comes in every now and then. We can even group this and then have another chain here. And let's do this. No, let's not do that. Let's go here and let's just have two different chains here. We'll just add an EQ on both. We're not going to go super crazy with the filtering, but we'll just do high pass and a low pass. And maybe one notch. Map that to something here. We will have to map these to macro as well again. That. Grab this one. And here we'll grab that. That. Then these ones, we need to make sure that these are mapped. Okay. And then let's do the same thing on this one. Now I could copy the other one, but then we're gonna have the same mapping, so we don't want that. We want to have different mapping or different modulation for each one, so that's why I'm using different macros for these. That, make sure that those are mapped. That's gonna bring the dry, so like gonna filter the dry piano and then the wet piano as well, which is kind of cool. But they're filtered differently, so they should come in different at different points, and sometimes they should also be layered and come in together, which might give us some interesting results. Now I do want to change these so that they don't go all the way down and all the way up. Let's see, 1 and 2. I think it's this one. No, it's this one. 1 is the low pass, so let's do that. And then the high pass goes to somewhere like there, maybe. And then this one is the other one. That's this one. So 1 is the low pass. Let's do that. And then 2 is the high pass. Do something like this. Okay, cool. Let's see what we get now. And I guess then the beam, I can also well, let's leave the width. Let's just add another portal on top of it or something else. Should we add on top of it a ring delay? Why not? Ring delay, spray. Let's map the spray to a macro. Do the dry wet as well. Let's make the dry wet go up to like 50% or something. Spray can be all the way. Map those to macros. Portal. Also, let's add a glue compressor to this track, because sometimes it might get quite loud. Because the dry signal layers with the other one, so let's just have this one sort of like cut the volume down when that happens. Should not happen too often, but... Okay, let's move this, and let's move that. This is definitely starting to have a lower frame rate. What processor I use? I have a i7 7820X. Ooh. We got so many weird things now. Okay, let's maybe not a MIDI track. Let's add some drums real quick, some audio drums, so that we have some percussion stuff, kind of adding a bit of a rhythm. I'll maybe grab a break real quick. Oh, that I used this one yesterday. Let me just use this one because it sounds kind of cool. Let's see, there's a wrong note in here somewhere. Highlight scale, F minor. Where's the wrong note? Where are you? I heard it just now. But where is it? There is a wrong note somewhere. But where? Hmm? Oh, there. Hmm. Do that. Is that the only one? Oh, there's more here. Oh, wait. Bring you down. Bring you up. Like, those are the harmonic minor ones, but I honestly don't think that one sounds too good in here, so let's just leave it with the regular minor. Not harmonic minor. Some, We have some... Sure, so that'll do for now. So we can kind of hear what it sounds like with some drums. Okay, let's save first, because I'm not sure if my PC will handle this now. Unfreeze these. Yo, you're unfrozen. Come on. There we go. My Ableton is really not liking this anymore. We're still under 60% CPU though, but we're definitely lagging. Let's make the bass come in here. And then let's... I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can just have this all the way. But I thought maybe it could be cool if the bass comes in here. Then the sub comes in there. Like that. And then we'll just cut the sub out right here. Cool. Let's make a couple of tracks. Because I feel I also need to start taking a piss soon. Let's set this to 11. My Ableton is lagging so much now. Oh my god. Please. Let's do pre-effects. We don't need this one because that's honestly just static. This is just the same every time, so we don't need that one. We just want to have all these other things. By the way, chat, please say something, because I'm not sure if my Streamlabs is now not updating, or if the chat is just quiet. Okay. So we got these. Make them the same color. So that I know that those belong together. There we go. Let's do another audio track. This one is going to be track 14. And luckily after this we can get rid of all of those tracks. Seems still working fine. Looks like it is. Cool. Okay, then we want one here. Track 17. Damn, Ableton. You're really struggling, aren't you? Yeah? Not even sure if it wants to record all of these. It's gonna maybe be a bit too much to record all of them at once. But I'm gonna give it a shot, see if it works. we've got one more. Piano. Track 23. Okay. That should be it. So, now we just need to arm all of those tracks. So all the audio tracks need to be armed. And now if I hit record, it should start recording all of these at once. Let's give that a shot and see if Ableton doesn't completely freeze. Let's save. And let's try. And I'll go take a piss if it works. And then we'll be back after that. I'll let this open so that you can guys see it record, I guess. I mean, chat is really quiet at the moment, so I don't even know if chat is still working. Or if my PC just says like, yo, I'm done. I mean, it looks fine, because on the YouTube dashboard it also looks fine, but when I ask you guys to say something, nobody says anything, so maybe it is actually bugged out, but poor PC. Okay, it is still working. Let's see if it wants to record. Seems to work. Okay, I'll go take a piss real quick while this records and loops maybe a couple of times, and then we'll have a ton of sounds to work with. I'll be back in just a bit. Okay, I'm back. Did it make cool sounds? I tried to turn this thing off a little bit ago, but it didn't want to. I think I have to hold my mouse button for it to register. It just doesn't turn off. Which means Ableton probably also doesn't want to stop anymore when I hit stop. That could be a problem. I mean, sounds are nice. Recording everything at once might be a bit too much. Ableton is just not registering anything. Get ready to hit stop at the end of this thing, and then see how long it takes for Ableton to actually stop. Okay, I'll just start clicking stop because I have a feeling Ableton does not want to. Let me just hold my mouse button, see what happens. Nope. Oh, the loop turned off though. I clicked the loop button like 5 minutes ago. So it should stop in just a bit. It's still responding. We might get another loop. Okay, we'll just wait. It'll stop at some point. Extra sounds. I'll just hit the stop button a couple of more times to be sure. I mean, I can't really do anything. I mean, I can't complain. Hey! We did it! Now it's freaking out, of course, because it's analyzing all of those samples that we just recorded. Yeah, we're back. It's lagging, but we're back. Safe. Okay. What we're gonna do now is let's do a Control-Shift-S, and we'll save this as a new version so that we have the old one in case we do want to go back. Oh, it even made 2 tubes. Okay, I guess version 22 it is. And let's get rid of these tracks, which are consuming all of the CPU. Oh, did this one even record because it was turned off? Oh, it did, just not the wet version. Okay, well, we'll not remove that one then. We'll do another recording for that with the next one, because we're gonna keep going. It's only 11 o'clock, so I say we make more sounds. We can get rid of this one, and that one. Just get rid of all of these. So now we can grab these and let's just chuck you here. That. There's more. Don't know how many loops we did, but okay, we did that. Now we have a ton of sound. Now these are going to be the same for a lot, so we don't necessarily need all of that, but I just want to keep those instead in case we do want to add like some more stuff. But now Ableton is not lagging anymore. So this one, I do want to probably get rid of these, because this one was turned off. So because this is set to post mixer, I should have just set it to post effects. Then when this is turned off, it will still record. So that's a bit of a shame, but whatever, doesn't matter. And then let's turn these off. Those are the dry ones. Just want to have these wet ones. Many weird sounds in here. But like, because we've did this all separately and I didn't do all the processing on a group, for instance, we now have all these individual sounds. Just a piano. There's so many cool things in here. Now this one I really like, this layer. That sound is just so weird. Almost sounds like a rubber band or something, like really weird textural sound. But on a bass, if you layer that on top of a bass, it just sounds so cool. All those weird sort of like textures. Okay. What other sounds can we do? Let's just mute a bunch of these audio things. Okay, cool. Let's just do it again, shall we? Let's make more of those weird sounds. I'm gonna keep this thing here. What if we create another MIDI track? And what if we make some weird synth-based thing? Let's do theorem. Let's take these notes. And then let's grab... Maybe Soul Wave would be good, actually. Doesn't really matter what your patterns are, as long as they are sort of like following the same chord structure. Let's add some movement to it. Filter. That, make it quite slow. Also do that to the volume. That, and then let's set something to here. Let's do macro knob. Then set that range to, not that. Like that. And let's make sure we have the macro control down here. Then let's group this in a rack so that we have an instrument rack, because we can use that modulator, that device randomizer, we can use it in an instrument rack as well. So we can map it to an instrument rack if we want to. So we can just say this goes to macro 1. Or let's do the speeds first. Macro 1, macro 2, and macro 3. Let me set the ranges. And then we'll map this to the instrument rack. And we'll map macro 1 to a macro here. So that should now change the curve here at random. So that gives us that, which is kind of cool. I do think maybe it could be nice to do another randomization on this point. Let's do the x-axis, do macro 2, and then make that unipolar, and then let's see, we want to go to... Oh, maybe that could actually be cool, have like some really slow attack sounds in there as well. Let's make sure that we have that macro here as well. By bringing this down a bit, I can make sure it's sort of like focused more around the low part. I mean, it should. I'm sure if it does, but... Oh yeah, it does. But it also starts making the movement weird, so maybe we'll just do this. Make it a little bit less. Okay. I know it sounds weird, but bear with me. Let's do a... kind of want to do some random pitches in here as well. So if we add a random device in front of here, and make the choices, I don't know, 24 maybe? Set the chance to, well, if I set the chance to 100%, you can hear what it's doing. Every note is now a different pitch. So if I set this to like 60% or something, or 50%, then only some of the notes will change, and other notes will be the same. Which can be cool. We just need to make sure that there's a scale device in here to make sure those notes are back in the scale that we need them in, so F minor in our case. Now, this is cool, but I kind of want it to happen only on certain notes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to group this, and I'm going to create another chain. So that is the chain that is just these notes that we already have. And then on here, I want to make sure that this only comes in every now and then. So I'm going to create a note echo, put that at the front here, and we're just going to set this to, I don't know, 4 or 3. Can we set this to a macro? We can. Oh, that could be cool. Well, we'll do 4 for now. And then we need to set this to mute, so that the dry signal is muted, and we only hear the delay. And then we can set the feedback to 0, so we get 1 delay. And then that delay is being randomly pitched, and then brought back into the scale. Now we can also make this one an octave higher, so that the delayed note is an octave higher than the one that we feed into it. Now we got that. Okay. Maybe a bit a bit much. So let's see. Let's set this to a different thing. Let's do 8 maybe. And I'm also gonna go into the I can do a random. Oh, I have an idea. What if I do a random velocity? After this one, so we'll make the velocity randomized. There's no velocity sensitivity in the patch, so that's not really going to do anything. But what I'm going to use this for is so that I can change which notes are going to be playing. So I think if we now we can cut out certain notes, or if I just put this at the start here, then the notes are already going to be random velocity coming in here. Does that work? Yeah, that should work. Then I can go in here and I can set this to like a smaller range. So that only notes that fall within this range are gonna be coming through. Does that work? And we do need to bring these velocities down a bit. Probably to like 50. I don't like the fast notes here, so let's just do make the pattern a little bit more simple on this one. Notes are also getting too long, so what if we do another macro on here on the speed? Opposite direction. And then we'll add that to a macro as well. Okay. Chat is quiet, but let's see where we can take this now. So let's bring these those down. Let's start with maybe some reverb. Let's use Beam. Beam is a really nice one. Has like reverb in it as well, so we can just open this up, that, and do this one, and we'll map that to a macro, and we'll start randomizing this one. Ooh. That adds a lot of stuff. It could be fun. Let's try an infiltrator on this one. Infiltrator is also weird because this one allows you to do basically these 4 macro knobs. Just move those around and like the mix. And then you can map all of those to macros. And then when you click the random preset button, those will still be mapped and moving around. I'll leave the mix at 100% for now, but... See? And they're all gonna be moving, even if they're... Sometimes they're not mapped to anything, but... What the fuck is this? Now you get so many weird things. Maybe we should put this before the filter. Hey, why don't you just go through my favorites? Ooh. Let's not do that with this one. Let's add another effect in here that does that for us. Add this one. And then we'll just add... Yeah. We'll just do the depth to macro. Wow, depth. Add it to a macro. Oh yeah, that's gonna be nice. Then we can have the infiltrator. We can just take any preset and then we'll still have that sort of like random pitch effect coming in. Okay. What the fuck is that sound? What the hell? Okay, so let's put the mix in here as well. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Let's OTT goes maybe up a bit too much. Let's make the OTT go up less, so that it doesn't get as noisy. OTT amount up to maybe 50, and this minimum value is not gonna go down to 10%, only to like 100%. Where's the... is there some distortion in here somewhere? Oh yeah, there's a lot of drive here. Let's maybe turn this drive off. Yeah. And we'll add a distortion at the end somewhere. It's a bit more quiet now. But I say we add a portal and a thermal after that. Probably want to do the portal before this EQ. And let's set this maybe to like 125. We still have some stereo low mids. Let's just go to my favorites folder. And let's map these. Maybe we'll make the portal go up. But this portal... where are you? Portal. Let's make the dry wet go up to like 70% or something. Okay, now I'm really curious what happens if we add a thermal in here. I kind of want to have a bit more of the dry signal coming through though. So what if we group... what if we group all of this? And then we make another chain. Then we'll do this. And we'll just... no, not that. Just do this. And maybe that. Something like this maybe. And then we'll just map this to a macro. So that's moving around, and sometimes we get the dry signal, and other times we get the wet signal coming in. It's kind of interesting. Maybe I'll just have just this one chain. Let's just do that. And unmap this. Don't need that. Why are you not mapped? Move around. Might get pretty crazy. Where's the other OTT? The other one is mapped somewhere here. Right here, probably. Yeah. Weird sound. I'm not convinced about with this one yet. So at this point, probably a good thing to do is to just go back into here and randomize presets. Ableton is fucking go nuts. I did do that in the past, but I haven't done feedback streams in a while because I'm just too busy working on music and working on my new EP project and my new artist name project. So don't really have time to do that at the moment. Probably when the new music is out and when I'm done with the new artist name stuff and the first thing is out, I'll probably get back into them though, because I do like doing them. But today, sound design. Ooh, I like that. That's a weird sound. Can we emphasize that rhythmic thing? Let's try emphasize that rhythmic thing. What if you add a vocoder in here? Let's do a vocoder somewhere. Do that here, maybe, or before the OTT. Set that to modulator. Then we'll... Maybe earlier on in the chain. What happens if we move the foreman around? That's such a weird sound. Add one of these in. Can you give the link for your last release? I mean, my last release has been a really long time ago. I haven't released something in a really long time. But it'll happen this year for sure. I'm working on a lot of stuff right now and basically preparing for it, for the release, and finishing the music, working on the design stuff, getting all the accounts set up and stuff like that. So, and the thing is, when I have the first thing out, then I should be able to get another release. Probably, I'm not gonna say within the same year, because then I might put too much pressure on myself. Let's start with just one release this year. But I should be able to get more stuff out then quickly, because I have so much things now ready for this project that I like, that it's just a matter of finding the ones that work well together and finishing those, and basically keep making ones that until I have ones that fit well together for another EP. So, but it's it's definitely taking shape. But a lot of there's definitely going to be a lot of sound design heavy things on it. So these streams that we're doing right now, like this one today, is actually pretty good, because I'm making all kinds of sounds that work for that new project. This layer is now really fucking weird, but I like it. Ableton doesn't like this one, as you can see at the top. I think the reason is because there's so much processing on this one track now that Ableton is just like, yo, please, can you stop? I think if we have a look, let's have a little look. Let's go to. I need to open this up, and then we want to see the. Let me check real quick. View, and then on the mixer we want to see the performance impact. There we go. Yeah, see, this one track is just eating half of like the performance power, and oh my god, when we play it just maxes out. See? That's why you sometimes want to split things up over multiple tracks. Let's see, if I use an envelope follower on here after this. If we group this envelope follower, and then we create another chain, that is the chain that we actually hear, then we can EQ what goes into the envelope follower without it actually changing the sound. So I can go do something like this. And I could even maybe compress the signal. Okay, and then let's see if we can map that to something. What should we do? What should we map it to? Let's do EQ maybe? See what happens. What happens now if we put this EQ earlier on in the chain? That would be weird. If this EQ goes somewhere here. That's so fucking weird. That's so weird. I think one of the things right now is just that the music industry itself is just such a mess, you know? Which isn't really encouraging. Or, I mean, I guess what is happening right now is a lot of people. Well, there's a within the whole music sphere. I guess there's a group of people that just stopped being interested in making music completely. Those are most often the people who got into it for the money, and they are now realizing, especially with the rise of AI and everything that's happening around that there's probably not much money in it. You know, it's not going to be it for the money unless you're really wanting to put the work in. But those kind of people who go into it for the money usually are not the type of people that want to actually do the work, right? They want to take shortcuts. And that is now becoming more and more obvious that that is not going to be what's happening in the future anymore. So those people are, I guess, let down, and they will probably stop making music. But the people who really like to do it just because they love making music, those people won't care, right? So but the whole music industry is in a weird place right now, where streaming is not really the future. It was promised to be the future for the music industry, right? Years ago, it was gonna make everything better for musicians, but it actually made things worse. Yes, there is more revenue now, I think, than there was back in the day when it comes to music, but most of that revenue is not going to the musicians. It's going to the labels, it's going to the distributors, it's going to the streaming platforms, most importantly. And most importantly, the people behind those companies. So all those companies in between the musician and the actual listener, those companies take the biggest cut of everything. And the musician is left with almost nothing. So a lot of people are getting rich as fuck over the back of musicians. And the thing is just that without those musicians, those people would be very little. But then there's now the rise of that AI stuff, which I'm not going to say I'm against AI, because I'm not. I can see the good use in it as well. But there needs to be a lot of thought and discussion about how we handle it. Like right now, the whole thing with that UDO AI thing, um, it's so blatantly obvious that they just basically just scrubbed Spotify and just scrubbed like copyrighted music and just trained their AI on that, because you can literally just grab like tags from that are like publicly listed online with albums and stuff like that, and you can just take those tags and just take that entire string of tags and put it into the AI, and it will just create a track that sounds kind of similar to it, or similar to any album or track that is described with those keywords. So yeah, it's pretty obvious that they've just taken copyrighted work without permission and just trained AI on it, and they're now using it for a commercial purpose, and that is a problem, you know? But there's no rules, so they can get away with it, at least for now. I do think there will be lawsuits at some point. There are already a lot of lawsuits in this whole AI world at the moment being prepared. Regardless of what you think of that, you know, there's people that are full AI supporters, full AI tech bros, and then there's people that are completely against it, and I'm somewhere in the middle. You know, I think it can be good, but there needs to be regulation on what is allowed and what is not. If we really want to, you know, keep things, I guess. You know, I don't think if we're gonna keep going the way it's going now, I don't think it's gonna be good. Let's just say that. I don't know what is gonna happen, right? I can't look into the future. I wish I could, but the way it's currently going, it's not gonna last for long. You know, right now these companies, and what I think they're doing is like right now it's basically a wild west, right? There's no laws. They can do anything they want, so they just train it on copyrighted material. As long as they have that first model trained on copyrighted material, even if new laws come into effect, they could still then train the next model, I guess, on other works, but their base model will still have that copyrighted work in them, but it was made before the law came into effect. So then you're going to have to make laws in a way that it also takes effect on things that were made before that law was even a thing, right? It's gonna be such a fucking mess. It's gonna be such a fucking mess. But you know, it's a weird place right now. I do think the whole music thing. What we're gonna see is, especially artists, are probably gonna take matters more into their own hands again, and gonna be like, okay, you know what? If you like my music and if you want to buy it somewhere, then here's the place where you can buy it directly from me, you know? And like what I'm thinking to do, I am already working on a couple of packs right now that are going to be like a pack for Portal. There will be a pack for Thermal probably, maybe some other plugins as well. And usually like the plugins that we're doing today as well, the ones with like that are great for like resampling and stuff. And I want to do a couple of packs for those kind of plugins, and I want to sell those on my Patreon. So I thought, why not also, when the new music comes out, just sell those directly through my Patreon, because you can set up a digital store on Patreon as well, and just have like digital products being sold there. And that way, there isn't really a label in between, there is no distributor in between. The only one in between is Patreon, but I mean, I have a community on Patreon that is growing already, so it would make sense, you know, to put it there. And it can still be on streaming platforms too, you know, because that's the one thing I have. One thing one issue I have with it though, like some artists are now deciding to just pull their music off of streaming platforms altogether, which I'm not sure if that is the right move, you know. Yo, exit, please keep it English because I want to be able to understand what you're saying. Like, I'm not sure if that is the right move. Like, obviously, I get where they're coming from, but you will be cutting into your reach as an artist when you do that. So, if you have music on, let's say, Spotify and other places, and you're not really making any money from it, but it is actually costing you money to keep your music up there, which is the case for a lot of small artists, actually, a lot of independent artists. Taking your music off of there just to go sell it somewhere else directly to your fans, I don't think is the right move. I think what is the right move is just keep your music up there, which might actually be a loss for you, but hear me out. By having your music on there, it gives you this extra sort of like chance for, well, at least it gives you a easier way to being discovered by people, by new listeners, and then it's up to you to kind of incentivize those people to buy it instead of just streaming it, right? So if you then can convert those listeners to a community surrounding your artist name, so have a Discord server, have a place where your listeners can come to so that they can actually connect with you, so that they can talk to you. That does a lot. And then you have a place where you can tell those people, hey, listen, you listen to my music, here's where you can actually buy it. And then the people who would be inclined to buy your stuff anyway, the ones who are interested in buying your music, they will then be like, oh, you know what, why not? If they really want to support you. And the people who only are going to stream it, they would probably never buy it anyway. But by then having them still stream it, you know, they will still add to that reach and discoverability. So I think that's only a plus. And then if you can get enough people to buy your music through whatever method you provide, then what you make from that can at least probably in the first sort of like couple of months or something, or the first year or the first couple of releases, cover those expenses that it costs to keep your music on the streaming platforms. And from there, it's all about growing things. The more releases you have, the more releases you've released, the more you will start earning from it. Of course, it's not going to be like, well, it's not going to be a lot. Let's be honest. And at some point, you know, older records will not earn as much as the newer ones do, most likely. And there's always so many variables, but still, I think that's a pretty good way to do it, at least for the time being, because there's currently just no good option otherwise. But that's the thing, like, I wouldn't necessarily make music for the money. If that's why you go into it, then that's probably not the right thing to do. But if you want to get to the point where you start earning something from it, or at least think about, you know, how could I earn something with my music, then, you know, it is valuable to think about this. You know, doesn't mean that money is the reason why you're doing it, but you're just trying to get some recognition for your work. You're just trying to get some value for your work, right? Everyone wants that. But the current situation is that the way that is sort of like the status quo, which is either going through a label or going through a distributor, both kind of fucking suck. And both just mean like, hey, you're using this extra sort of like platform that is not really, well, it doesn't have the best into account when it comes to the artist. They just want to make money, whether it's a label or whether it's a distributor. They just want to make money. Maybe there's some really big labels that will actually do stuff for their artists, but most labels won't. So, like, they want to earn money off of your work. So, that's basically the two main options that people get. So yeah, I do think using things like Patreon and stuff like that. Like I know that whole, who was it again? Was it that guy James Blake or something? He made that new app, which is basically Patreon, but he just reinvented it, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make something," and everybody was like, "Dude, this is literally just Patreon." And there's other websites like Patreon as well that you could use probably, or you could set up your own website. Set up your own website, but then it comes with the added stuff that you have to manage the website, and it comes with a whole bunch of other headaches. Or you have to hire somebody to manage the website, of course. But that will then give you extra cost, which you also have to keep into account. What a weird sound. Let's do a resample session with this one because it's eating so much CPU. Let's save and let's just set this to track 11. Do post effects, and then we'll duplicate this and we'll just do pre-effects. Like Ableton crackles a little bit, but the recording won't contain that. And let's just randomize this a bit. Weird texture sounds. Okay, these are not mapped anymore. Sometimes when you switch presets, it temporarily makes like other sounds that you won't get otherwise, and those will be captured this way as well, so... Oh no, actually, I totally get what you mean. Like, I wouldn't be in it for the money either. But if you want to think about bigger projects and like really grow yourself as an artist, at some point you're gonna need a budget for that. And thus you need to think about how am I gonna finance that? And it's either gonna be work your fucking ass off with a regular job, or turn whatever you're making into an income. And it doesn't have to be the full income, but everything that you can make from it will help to support bigger ideas in the future. So that is something you have to think about. Yeah, weird sounds in the air. You know what I'm gonna add in here? Let's do a serum effects. Add it somewhere in here. Let's do somewhere here. Let's create a bit of a shape like this, and then we need some effect that we can use, as a gain device. What can we use as a gain device? Distortion. If we set this to the X-shape mode, then it's not doing anything. And then we can use this as a gain. See? Completely quiet. Then we can set this to here. Now that's not doing anything, but if we turn that on, it will. Then we can do that. Might have to add it somewhere else. Not really doing what I want. Let's remove it. But Infiltrator does the most in here, actually. That creates all these weird tones that I really like out of this patch. The rest is just creating texture on top. What the hell? Okay, cool. And we have the dry signal also running into it. Add a little bit of reverb to the dry signal. But I love this so much, how you this way to make sounds. Because you never know what you're gonna get. Okay, let's try one last randomization session on Infiltrator, and then we'll call this one done. This will change a lot. Gonna go on all kinds of weird things. It's 15 minutes past midnight. Sweet Sweeps Shitbird. What a preset name. I think this one is done making cool sounds. Or are we there? More cool sounds? Just wanna done making cool sounds. Save. I'm not sure how long that was. That was really long, I think, but yeah. I want to see if we can make some go back to just that, I think. These look like they are the same. Oh, I think I just recorded the same thing for these. But hey, whatever. Are these really the same? Yeah. Okay, well, can't get rid of one. I guess we didn't record the dry one for that one. Hey, well, it doesn't matter. Not that big of a deal. Wait, did I delete? I deleted something that I shouldn't have. Come on. Bring back the MIDI tracks. Yeah. This one. I want to remove, not this one. Because this one has that sound. So let's go back to that sound. Ableton lags. Why is it still using that much CPU? Shouldn't. Weird. Save. Let's just start with this. Let's see if we can make another layer. Some more layers that are processed. Because this is kind of a nice sort of like bed to start from. So what if we add some strings? No, there will be a new artist name, which I haven't made public yet. I feel we want to go with something more solo strings. Can we do another cello? Wait, grab a different patch. Oh, fuck, I moved it somewhere. This one needs to go here. We need a legato patch. Let's do legato cello again. But this time we'll go more... not just like a pattern that repeats over and over the same, but we'll actually go and do some more string, like movement. Okay, cool. Yeah, that could work. Make it a bit quieter. And I'm going to give us a bit of a rhythm, because I have no clue where the beats are. Well, I can hear it slightly, but when I'm playing, it becomes really difficult. So let's just add a hi-hat. Sure, I'll do. Just need a hi-hat. Doing like, I don't know, maybe that. Maybe even that. Just so that we can hear the start of the bar properly. Which will... I'm not gonna be playing in time for sure, but it will make it more in time. Let's see if we can add like a nice string layer. I'm not gonna focus on the mod wheel. I'll just leave that up, and then we could do like randomized mod wheel modulation as well if we want. See what we get if we do that. But let's just see if we can add a bit of a string layer to this. Okay, that one not. Okay. There we go. Enough of that. So now, this one, we want to have a bit of processing on here. And there was one section where I did something that didn't work out. I think it was that. There was one section where I did it where it did work out, and one where it didn't. I think that is a section where it didn't work out. Wait. See, there's like a little... Yeah, that thing needs to go away. And then these, if I make this... let's just do... legato. So that all of these are legato and connected. Then we get... the bends in between all of those with this. Okay, so let's make sure we have a bit of a let's just add this one right here. And we'll just do let's do legato like that. Now, it's really hard to play the quietest velocity, so I'm just gonna do this, Now all of them will have that. I can maybe bring it up a little, like that. Then we'll just add a random velocity to it. So we'll do velocity device, and then we'll just chuck the random all the way up. Yeah, some are now slow, other ones will be quicker. Don't mind that note is so long, because we're just going for randomization anyway. That's the cool part of this. So now if I add a CC control, we have a mod wheel here. So let's chuck this in a rack, and let's grab our device randomizer. Chuck that in here as well. We're gonna map these speeds real quick. So now we're in an instrument rack, and it should still work. So we can do that. We can change the mapping real quick, that we get not too quick of a speed, and not too slow either. And then we map this to this rack. And then if I now add the mod wheel to a macro, and if it's too quick, then I can go in the mapping here and change that to be slower. I need to do this one. Pretty subtle, but should give it some more variety. My millimeters covers the top bar, Ableton. Oh, here. If I unpin this, there we go. That's Ableton. Desktop, Ableton, snap it to there with Windows Power Toys. Click pin to top, click on Ableton, and do this. There we go. And then we can close this down. Okay, so I'm going to, let's just, oh, I actually turned those off. That's good, because then I can just play this now. That already sounds cool with this in here, but we definitely want to make this more interesting. But I like those strings sort of like in there. So let's add some filtering to the strings. We're gonna have a low pass and maybe a notch, 2 notches, and let's map these here. Maybe for good measure we'll do a bell as well. And let's leave the Q, because it already gets narrower when the gain goes up because adaptive Q is on, so that way it shouldn't get too narrow. Yeah. And now our strings sound like... Go into the mapping here and change this. So let's find the low pass, that's 2. This one, let's make sure it doesn't go down all the way, but it just makes it a little bit more low pass every now and then. Maybe a little bit further. Okay, let's add some reverb to the strings. After the mute this layer as well at the moment, so we just get this. UTT this, so we bring out all the detail. So we can hear what this is all doing. Okay, let's get weird. I don't know what the update is for Beam, I haven't updated yet. Weird strings. Ooh. Weird strings, but cool. Kinda adds like a higher octave, this expand thing. It spaces the harmonics out for like further apart, but because we've set it to 100%, kind of becomes an octave higher. Or 2 octaves, maybe? What happens if we add a pitch shifter in front of it? Not pitch. We want a pitch shifter. What if we do this and add that to, I don't know, -12? Ableton is having a bit of problem with this track, I think. Can also bring the amount of the FM down maybe on this, which is depth. That one. If I bring this down, then it shouldn't go that quick. Should do more slower movements, as we can see here. Not sure if the shift is the right idea. Guess we can do another pass of that one so that we got some sounds of this one. Set that and that. Like, they look like they are recording the same thing, though. Why is that? Because this one is set to pre-effects and this one is set to post-effects. Why are you recording the same thing? Why are you recording everything with the effects? Now they're different. Yeah, now it works. Okay, cool. How are you guys enjoying today's sound design, by the way? This is giving you ideas. I want to make a bit of a darker sound after this. Something that is maybe based on some horns. A bit of a horn layer or something. It doesn't really matter what you use as the starting point, that's the thing. You can use a really cheap library, like just get the free BBC Spitfire library or something, and you can use that. Because it all, like at the core of this, the sounds itself aren't that special, right? It's the processing that makes it interesting. And by just recording all of these individually, right, by having not the processing on one group, because that is what I did in the past. I would make one project, and I would have like processing on the individual layers, and then I would have processing on the entire group, and then I would try and record that, but then obviously you can only record the output of the group, because otherwise you're not going to get the individual sounds with that group processing on it, right? So now, by doing it this way, by not having anything on the group, well, there is a little bit of saturation right now, but that's not recorded, because that's just to make it a bit louder for the stream, and a bit more full, you know? But I'm just recording the samples, the individual layers, so I can still go back and cut these completely up later. You can throw these into samplers and trigger them with MIDI and like, get like rhythmic patterns out of it, you know? You can do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Portamento on the strings, yeah, I know. You would need to find like a legato string library that has that. If you have complete, I'm not sure if you have complete, then you should have one. Maybe there's one in Ableton. Like if you have Ableton Suite, for instance, then there should be one in Ableton as well that you can download, which I think is one of the Spitfire ones, but it's just, you know, put into a sampler. Ooh, that was a nice section with the strings. Okay, I'm gonna do something to the strings real quick. I'm gonna put a MIDI device in here. And we're gonna give it some random MIDI. Give it some more stuff. But first a scale device. Scale device. F. minor, and then we'll do a random device in front of that with a chance of, and let's make it go both directions, and a chance of maybe 60%, 70, 69. Hey, perfect. Now we get different string melody than before. And Ableton is crackling every now and then, but that's not recording. That's the beautiful thing though, that it's only my sound card that's just giving up. But Ableton will record the clean version without the crackles and the audio dropouts. And the beautiful thing about this method is that every time it loops, it sounds completely different. So you can just let it loop for as much as you want, and as much variation as you want to have. And then if you just save it before removing the track, so you just save it under new version name and then remove the track, for instance, you can always go back. Or just record the dry version like I'm doing right now. Just record the dry version as well. And then you can always use that and process it again with a different chain to get more variation. And now it should also record the random pitches on the dry version, because that is not an, well, that is an effect, but it's a MIDI effect, which is before the instrument. So because it's set to pre-effects, it should only count the effects coming after the instrument. So it should also record these random pitches now, which is kind of nice. Does the CC control work the same as the one in Ableton 11? I thought they added that in Live 12, to be honest. There's a weird thing in the piano there that is slightly out of tune, but it's kind of cool. I thought that they added it in Live 12. I had never seen it before. Maybe it was on the Max for Live database website. And they just, you know, ported it. Or they've seen me use the... Because I had that one MIDI effect device from the Max for Live database website that is called CC Map 8. Which is just 8 macro knobs that you can assign to CC values, and then you can just, you know, assign that to CC1, for instance, or CC2 to get like mod 1 pitch bend and shit. And it kind of looks like they just added something like that, and they were just like, yeah, we need that. Or maybe they just saw that that was a device that was downloaded a lot, and they were like, yeah, let's just add that one and just make it better. I love this device because it allows you to automate the mod wheel in here, but it also allows you to do these things, like having the randomizer modulate this, which wouldn't be possible normally. Well, I guess it could be possible with MIDI CC modulation, but still. You probably still need a Max for Live device to get the CC value mapped to a macro, so that you can have this randomize it. Some beautiful string parts in here. Some parts kind of start reminding me a little bit of the Cohen Sound album, the last one. Especially because we also have that piano. That's so Cohen Sound. Wasn't necessarily the goal, but sounds beautiful. And that, I think that extra layer with the unfiltered audio spectral thing just kind of sounds like a high violin layer coming in. on top that just plays the same notes as the cello. I mean, honestly, ever since that album came out, it completely has changed the way how I approach making music. And I know that there's more people that say the same thing. I mean, there's more albums that have done that for me, definitely. But recently, that was one of the ones, definitely, that inspired me the most to take my sound design a bit to a higher level, I guess. I guess you can see it, listening to that album, you can see it multiple ways. I guess the first moment you're like, okay, maybe I should just quit, you know? But then after a bit, you know, you're like, maybe I should just see it as a challenge, you know? It's maybe a bit of a better approach. Yeah, Sleepnet is really pushing it as well, for sure. I love what he's doing. But the Last Noisy album as well. I love the Last Noisy album too. It was also a great example of, like, really nice tunes. Okay, I think I'm done with this. Because I want to do some more horns. I think we want to have some horns. So, for the horns, let's see, what do we want to have as a base to start off with? I think we want to have... Is this the... That's that layer. That's weird as fuck. What if we just chuck something on here? Let's do no, let's not. We have another textural layer. This one. Just grab that. That layer. I mean, we can leave the piano in, maybe. Piano is kind of nice. We can pick a different part of the piano for now. And just pick a different section for the time being. It sounds slightly different from the previous resampling session. Just have to remember that there's a longer section before this, but I'll remember that. Okay. Let's do some horns, because I think horns could start sounding pretty weird with some crazy processing chain. Oh, and by the way, let me do that. Hello. Let's grab contact on this track. And let's see. Let's try horns. Don't think we want too long of notes actually, so let's see. Maybe what is Cotto? 10. We have something. We have also these ones. These might be a bit. There's only 3 players, so. Yeah, that's a bit better. Not as big sounding, because otherwise it's gonna be really big right off the bat. We want to start a little bit smaller. Let's see. Okay, we're just gonna make a pattern and that's probably gonna loop. And we could maybe do some of those randomized pitches to it to get some variety. We're gonna do this. I don't like those, but this is cool. It should lead into that, I guess. So, just want to have a pattern that we can loop. That sounds somewhat interesting. Let's just do this, and let's have this layer, and maybe not that one. That one's a bit crazy. This one, yeah. So we get some texture as well. Okay. Now we're gonna process this one. Okay, let's start with some reverb. Okay, I'm gonna change this last thing. Do it here, maybe. Okay, now we're gonna go and do some processing chain on this. Let's group that. And let's grab device randomizer. Oh yeah, that's nice with that quicker thing. That'll give us some interesting results probably. So you can see that I'm really abusing that device randomizer. But, I mean, it's such a good device. Because you would need like 16 LFOs, at least, to do this, instead of this one device. Okay, so that moves around. And now let's go and do... Let's start with some filtering, maybe, before the reverb. Love the texture layer. Maybe do one notch. Now we need a portal, for sure. Something to make it weird. And I'm actually also gonna change the mapping for these real quick, because the high pass is number 2. Let's make that go up to about there. Low pass is not gonna go down all the way, because these are not... they're not that low pitched, so... that way we still have some stuff there. It doesn't cancel out completely. Okay, now the portal is probably gonna go after the reverb, to be honest. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm also gonna grab a different section of this sound, just to make it more interesting. Because we've heard the other one for a bit now. Let's map some of this stuff. And let's map these two. That one and that one. We'll leave the dry wet up for now. Still got 18 people watching. 1 AM for me now, so... oh yeah, I might want to lock the dry wet here for now, so we can find something that we like here. Kind of works. I want to add a distortion in this one as well, so let's find some distortion. I guess a thermal could be good, because that one has like macro knobs as well. This whole process is great with things that have like macro knobs that you can modulate randomly, so let's grab a thermal, because that way we can do the same thing and just do that, do this, let's do that one, map these. The library for Portal that I have, the third-party one, is called iBang. Forgot where I got it. Let me check. Oh, it's a free preset bank. If you just search iBang Portal, then it comes up right away. Which literally just IBANG and then Portal. It's just a free pack I found somewhere, apparently. Mhm. Now we got some distortion on this as well. Can also maybe mix that in a bit. I didn't know it was a free pack, I forgot. So, good to know, because then I can tell people where to get it. Or just to look it up. Probably want to find a preset that's a bit more... let's see... subtle? You got an error page? Oh. Well then, I guess, I don't know. But I'm working on my own pack as well. On my own couple of packs. Like right here... Oh, we're in, thermal. But I'll make one for thermal as well. Because I found out how to make packs that basically show up here with their own image. So if we go into Portal and go into here, I'm working on my own pack and it'll have its own color and its own little thing here, and you just need to put it in the right place and it'll show up in your Portal as well. But I'm still working on it, still need to make some more presets. We haven't got enough yet. Maybe we'll turn that off and maybe we'll go turn the piano on. What do we have that can work? Maybe one of these. These are not too complicated in terms of like what it does. Maybe the soft clip one could be good. Or maybe Sine Drive or something. Want it to distort, you know? But I guess it needs a low layer for that. I mean, we can do that. Let's do that. Let's see what we get if we do that. I'm gonna create a new track here. And I'm going to... Ooh, I did this in an instrument rack, right? Yeah. Ah, that's kind of fucked. Well, luckily we didn't do too much. So, it's easy to fix. I'm gonna group these. And I'm gonna move this stuff all out of here, except for... Yeah, so this. Or... Wait. Let's take... only the thermal out of here. Yeah, only the thermal. The thermal is gonna be on the group. Which won't be modulated then, but we'll make a rack for that. In fact, we can do that right away. I should also have a preset for it, I think. Modulators, random... This one? Seems to be. There we go. Should have just done that during the stream, but whatever. Cool, so now we have the soft clip on here. And then we can have another layer, which is just gonna play these notes. I'm not using this one because I want to just have a sine wave, I guess. We need a serum. I'm just gonna do, we'll just do something like this. Release. Bring this down. And do that. We'll just set this to a sine wave. I am not distorting. Really? Come on. Really? Okay. That case. There we go. Now it starts doing the sounds that we want. Okay, so this one, I'm just gonna have this note here and this note here. I'm not gonna have these quicker ones. Or maybe that one. Now let's add some more stuff to here. Can we do? Maybe beam would be good. We don't have that yet. No. Let's add that one in. Do that after portal maybe? Or before it? Right after. I can probably map this one as well. Gonna want to get some more notes, so let's do. Let's see. Let's do a MIDI note echo device. And let's set that to mute, feedback down, maybe set that to 6, and then do group, create another chain, is that, and we'll pitch these up 12 maybe, and then we'll add a random device after it, which is gonna have a chance of 100, and it'll go both directions with 12 choices, and then we'll do a skill device with F minor so that it brings the out of tune notes back in tune. We can also add a velocity device in this chain so that it changes the velocity of those notes. Go something heavier, maybe. Okay. That's alright. See what we can get now. It's a bit loud, but I'll put a utility on it. I don't like the really ear-piercing highs, to be honest. The beam needs to be in front of the EQ. Or maybe it's the portal. Find something else. Ooh, that's cool. More filtering? Why not? Let's see what happens if we add another. Like low pass filter maybe. And then notch or two. And then we'll add short reverb. Just some subtle reverb, maybe vintage verb. Come on. Or like medium. Just so that we have some of that, and then we do an OTT on that. Not with full amount though. We'll bring the time up a bit. Weird sounds. Feel like it wants more stuff on the group. Let's do a portal on the group in front of the saturator. Horror sound. Some things don't work on this now. Oh, that one's kind of cool. Kinda cool. It's getting late, so I'm gonna stop streaming soon. That was kind of cool. Maybe I should leave this preset on. Try maybe adding a layer of spectral processing with Spec Ops. We can do that maybe in front of the portal here. And let's do... which one was it? I think compress. If we set that to 50, I think it gets an octave lower. Maybe at 100, but... I think 50. See what it's... Try that on this layer. So it's not on the base, it's only on this layer. Then let me map the dry wet to one of these. It's weird. I mean, this sounds weird anyway. Spec Ops is amazing. Such a nice plugin. It's such a weird plugin too, but it's such a good plugin. Yo, Cloud. We got such amazing sounds in this project file now. We can get some more cool stuff out of this one. How do you use it? Well, it's kind of an odd plugin, but if we let's just go and just go here real quick. Let's see if we can add like an interesting little extra layer that I can show this on real quick. Let's do a vocal layer. Grab that. I mean, I can do that here as well. Doesn't really... Let's do it in the group. Why not? What late is it? 1:33. Let's stop at 2 AM. So half an hour more. I'll just maybe play that. Although my Ableton doesn't really like it anymore, there's too much stuff happening. Anything else? Don't really like this one. The one in here. There's one. Oh, we've got children's choir. That might be nice. Yeah, sure. Let's do a bit of that. Add in here. Hi-hat, yes. Oh, that's the intro music of the stream, well, whatever. Okay, let's see if we can move that somewhere here. Because Ableton doesn't like this. Where's the track that is still doing MIDI? It's here. I'm just gonna click... If I turn that off, yeah, then everything stops. So that should give it a little bit of CPU to open up Spec Ops. Because Ableton is so done with it for today. Now this gets quite loud in certain areas, so let me just add a bit of a compressor maybe. Could also be because of what is happening on the group, but sure. Compress this a bit. Doesn't really matter. So if we have this, there's all these different effects here. Now these are pretty simple. These are just filters. So these are just, I'm not going to explain that. But these are quite interesting. These mixing ones are for, I believe, for taking out a section and then you can apply an effect after it or something. But the thinner is kind of interesting. It doesn't really do too much on this one, but so it like thins out the harmonics a bit. On the right track? Yeah, it is. But that doesn't really do too much on this one. Contrast is similar, but it's a lot stronger and can sound a bit like MP3 compression sometimes. And then you've got geometry, which is... This will expand, so that will take the harmonics and it will space them further apart. So it becomes atonal. But then at 50%, it kind of becomes a little tonal again. But we have a small FFT size, so if we bring this up, it becomes cleaner. See, so we've now basically brought it up an octave. It's a pretty clean pitch shift, actually. Because it's spectral based, it's not really taking the audio and stretching it. It's like literally dividing the audio into individual frequency bins and then just moving those, spacing those apart. And we can go up to 32, which everything lags now. See, on 4000 you can kind of hear it warble a little bit. But then on 8, it starts to sound pretty clean. Does Spec Ops mess with the phase? I mean, I guess if you're gonna have something like this, it will at some point always do some stuff. But it doesn't like add any weird stereo width. Like for instance, if you would do a pitch shift with Little Alto Boy by Sound Toys, it always adds like this weird stereo effect even on mono sources. That's not the case with this. If you feed a mono sound through it, it will also spit out a mono sound. So that is basically good. Like, not sure what it does to the phase. Like, it probably depends on which effect you use in here. But expand is like, that's what that does. Then we have compress, which is the same, but then opposite. See? Now we're an octave lower. And the great thing is, you have this start thing, so you can also bring this up, for instance. And now part of the sound gets affected by that filter. So we can also say we want only a bend. Only the first harmonic, the fundamental. See, so you get a lot of control with this thing if you really learn how it works. Slide up is kind of like, well, it's most easy to see when I move the amount. Really good for just weird sound effects. Maybe a bit unusable on most things, but could be cool with combination of like a really low FFT size maybe. Maybe. Light down, of course, same thing, but gets really weird. The freeze ones are just freezing the audio. Kind of smears the audio. But then you have all these different versions of it. So glitchy one, which I think you hear better if we go down a bit. Not even that audible, that it's glitchy. Maybe on the different mode. Oh yeah, you can hear it a little bit. Let's do a little bit of a... let's try gate. Let's just add this one in front of it. See what happens. Yeah, so it's not that audible, that glitchy to be honest, but... I think these freeze ones are not the best one. This is not the best source material for it, I think. Topmost solo, what is that again? I think that just... yeah, it brings it down to just one tone, one sine wave. You're like left with just a fundamental most of the time, but it also does these weird jumps. So, and if the signal is mono, then those jumps are, I think, gonna be identical in the left and right. So, can give some weird effects. Here. Make things sound really weird. This is like little MP3 compression. It's just, I don't know, it's just a weird way of degrading the audio, I believe. Same with that one. That's noise. What else do we have? Clipper. Spectral clipper kind of thing. Reverse, I don't know what that does. Glitchy reverse. These are just some more glitch effects. Glitch bubbler. These can get really weird really quickly. You got some pretty weird effects with it. Now, there's also modulation. So, you also have modulators, by the way. All kinds of stuff. So, there's a lot more that you can do. That I'm showing. So you can also modulate everything. Like we can say, have like an LFO map to this. Right, so We can make that, I don't know, a step sequencer. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with this. It's kind of similar to that old plugin called Data Block Effects, which some people used a lot for this kind of stuff. I would use it on just anything that I want to make interesting. It's another one of those tools, just like Portal and other plugins like that, that are just great to put on a sound and just make something more interesting. You know? Like, even if you just go in here and just go through these presets, there's some pretty cool ones. These are not, there's not too many, sadly. I mean, there's still a good amount. But it has lock features here for the mix and such, so that's pretty nice. So you can lock the mix and just, you know, have, you know, just randomize the preset a little bit and just go through some ones and while you're resampling it. So it's good for that as well. But it's really helpful to learn what all these effects do. That's definitely one of the things I should advise you to do, because these effects are all pretty helpful if you know what they do, especially even some of the filters. Like, there's a brick wall high pass filter in here, which you can literally just set up in a way so that it takes off the fundamental of a sound, which is really nice because it does it really cleanly. You can also use this to time stretch. There's a speed dial here, so you can sort of like time stretch the sound by bringing this back. There's a whole pitch shifting section here. So this is a pitch shifter. This is basically the same thing as the slide effects that you have in here. Where is it? Here, slide up and slide down. That's basically the same as this knob, so you have an additional one here. And then you've got stretch, which is kind of more like a Foreman filter in a way. And then this is a spectral compressor. So there's also a whole compressor built in here. So you can like compress the signal, but only it is basically like a multi-band compressor with, at this moment, 4096 bands. So things can get loud really quickly. We can really press the hell out of it. Wait, we need to go the other way. My bad. Which makes things really loud. But yeah, it's such a weird plugin, but such a good one. Like I said, it's really similar to Data Block Effects, if you know that one. Which is a bit weird to use, but it's very similar. This thing. It's really similar. It's kind of like it has similar effects. They're not all the same. This one has a couple of different effects that the other one doesn't have, and vice versa. But the setup is the same. Here you just get frequency, the start and the end frequency that you set. And this one is free, by the way. And then you get like a volume control for that effect. And then here you get all your effect layers. You choose one, and then usually you get a secondary control. And then again, contrast. See, sounds pretty similar to the contrast in Spec Ops. And then smear. Very similar. The only thing is that this one you don't have control over the amount of bins that you get. You only have control over with the overlap of the bins, but not the amount of it. You have control over this, which is the milliseconds it takes the incoming audio and splits it up in or something. It's weird. This one works slightly different. but it has some cool effects as well. Like these shift ones, basically just the same thing as the other ones. This is just a pitch shifter. So that's very similar. It's just that the interface is so weird and bugged. It's like, to get this exactly on 12, you have to go do that. And it doesn't sound as clean. But you can do that, see? So this one adds a really, basically a delay of a beat as well, so really hard to use in the project. But it does a very similar thing. There's one effect in here that the other one doesn't have that I really like. This auto harm effect. I really like that one. Like if I put this on here and then bring this up. Let's see if we can find a place where it does something cool. I don't think even working on this one. I guess we would need a sound with more dynamics, more movement in it, because this is just a sustained sound. But what this would do, it would just get you all these weird sort of like metallic tones and metallic sounds, especially when you use it on like a saw wave synth lead or something, or just like a plucky kind of sound that is just based on like a saw wave. It usually gives you all these weird sort of like tones that can either be like saw wave sounding or more square sounding, depending on where you set this. And if you then do that and then feed it through some distortion, you get some really weird sounds. Anyways, almost 2 a.m. So I am gonna call it quits for today. We did make some really fucking cool sounds. Still have to resample this one, but oh yeah, and the reeds as well. I mean, it's not 2 a.m. yet. Let's do a little resample session with the reeds then. There's also this one thing here that I turned off, I think, yeah. Map. There. There we go. Let's see, we're gonna turn this one off so that we get the bass from this group. Let's add an audio track here. Set that to group 26. We'll do 3 effects. Then we'll do post effects here. See if that works. That records 2 different things. I don't think Ableton likes this recording anymore, but yeah, those are different. Okay, good. And then we want to record this Reese as well. So let's do that. Let's do do 3 effects. That one. Turn that track on as well. Might get really crazy, but let's see. These we wanna have. We wanna have these. I think that's it. Let's just let that go for a bit while we're ending the stream. Okay. You're gonna have to deal with a bit of crackling stuff, but... It's fine, because the recordings are gonna be fine. Yeah, there's so many cool sounds in there. And I have the dry versions of everything as well, or most of the things at least, so I can still use those as well. Like if I, for instance, went too overboard with some of the processing and it just doesn't work as like a main sound, it could work as something really quiet in the background maybe, but not as the main layer, then I could always take the dry version and make like a more subtle processed version, because I have the same pitches still, so... I just don't have the MIDI anymore, but I have the audio. So that went into... Basically, I have the dry version of everything that went into the processing chain, so... I mean, like, I really want the first track of the EP to be quite interesting in terms of sound design. And... I'm not sure if this track... This stream of today is gonna be the right sounds for it, but this is definitely the kind of ballpark it needs to go in terms of the weird as fucking sound design. Right now it sounds too busy, but you get what I mean in terms of the sounds. It needs these weird mental sounds. But definitely Ableton is not liking it anymore. Looking at how many times the audio is dropping out. I mean, can you blame them? Can you blame Ableton? All these macro knobs moving around everywhere. The like, probably hundreds of parameters that are moving all at once. You can also just listen to one sound. You can also just turn this all off. This is what we're recording right now. Weird as fuck greasy sounds with some kind of a weird horn layer in there. But they're two layers, so the reason may be a bit much. Could be maybe for some fill parts or something of a track. Yeah. I guess we're gonna end the stream here. Thanks for being here, everyone. I'll be back next week around 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. check what that is for you, and I'll see you again next week. I hope you like this one. I'll be in the Discord, so join the Discord. Link is in the description, but it will also be in the chat. And if you want to support me on Patreon. That's the best place. Sorry for the crackling. Not sure if the bot is awake actually. I haven't seen any messages of the bot in the chat at all, so I think the bot is not awake. Well, just check the description of the stream, everything should be there. Thanks for watching. Like I said, I'll be back again next week. And I hope you like this one. See you next one. Peace.